Hello. Let's go check the volume. Yep. It is working. That's always good. There's no reason that ever shouldn't work, because I always unplug and replug my mic in now before starting, which fixes it being weird and just not working. But still good to check. I'm gonna play some Minecraft. Don't have super like concrete plans or anything. Just planning to do some various kind of build projects, do some mining to do said build projects. My phone audio was on again. Hopefully that wasn't coming through. But it's off now. Stop being reasonable. This is the internet. Very true. This is all the packs I've got on. I was forgetting about the shelved pack to make the items a little smaller. And then this is something I'm working on. I think I like it. Just trying to make the leaf litter less grid-like. It has very sharp edges at the moment, the vanilla texture. This one, yes. Kitty cats. Oh yeah, this is a thing I was doing. And I wanted to, once all of the raw iron up here is is in this blast furnace, I want to remove this hopper so that I can, you know, retrieve all of the experience from it. So I guess I'll hang around for a little while that happens. So many kitty cats. Hello. Let's see, is this one? I think this one is the jelly cat. I feel like it is, but at the same time, I'm weirdly unsure. Oh. Yeah, I renamed my spear. Hehehe. Let's chop down some trees. Always need more wood. That's just a good thing to have a large supply of. I hope someday I won't feel the need to clear my throat so much. I don't know, just it tends to feel very rough a lot of the time. I'm not exactly sure what to do about that. I like that you can do that when mining stuff that's like just out of reach. It's like if you fall out of reach and then, you know, specifically not look away, but you fall out of reach and then get back within reach, it continues to register that you are for your mining progress. It's kind of a weird mechanic. I don't even know if it's like intentional necessarily, but it's useful. It's arguably faster to just place a block so that you're within range. But it feels more convenient to not have to worry about that. More honeycomb. Ooh. One of the bees decided to make a home there. That's nice. Oh, what? Are you okay? Oh! I didn't even notice. Yeah, my packs, I just recently made all the plant blocks show up in 3D when you're holding them and stuff. I think that looks nice. I think it's especially fun for placing them on shelves. Though, of course, that requires being able to place them on the bottom of the shelf for the full effect, or the proper effect. Something I severely, as I've talked about, I severely hope Mojang brings to regular survival. And I do very much need to release the data pack that I'm using for that. I need to make a stable for all these horses. Probably not today. But yeah, well, let's show this. See, look. He's just sitting there all fun. And if I switch it back, see, that is, none of this is at all the same effect. It's like, I don't know, you can have some kind of like little scene if you want. I think that's lovely. Okay, right, I have plenty of these cherry saplings as it is. And this is another thing. Oh, well, you can see it. You can kind of see it here. Oh, that's fun. I did this with candles and sea pickles previously, and then I've applied it to all of the other special blocks that you can kind of stack multiple within a single block. I'm just using some new like item state kind of stuff. And so there's different textures for the first 3 stack sizes, and then 4 plus is all just like the standard. Just like a small little touch. Probably put my armor on since it's getting dark. Oh shoot, I need to go check on the iron. It's in a blast furnace, so it's, you know, it's going pretty quick. Yeah, it is empty. There we go. So now when this is done, I can get all the experience that's accumulated and I can move it back over here. I was never meant to be a permanent change. Good amount of honeycomb I've accumulated. Does fortune work on those? It might. In fact, there's a good chance that it does. That was 29 blocks. So far. Kitty. Oh, hello. When the when the upcoming drop comes out, I'll have to get another pig and then get them to make a little piglet and use a golden dandelion on that. That will be adorable. Yeah, I believe I've talked about this. I'm like a little bit of a Moobloom hater. Mainly because I just want... We already have mushrooms. Red and brown mushrooms. I'd rather see unique variants for other farm animals instead of more cows. However, specifically the moo lip that people have also talked about wanting to see alongside the Moobloom. Oh, that would just be, for one thing, just adorable. Having a pink flower cow, but specifically in cherry groves would look so good. Because then you've got pigs are pink just by nature. The default pigs anyways. You can dye sheep pink, but cows just look like that. At best you can get some mushrooms in here, and then they're at least red. But I don't know if that would be better or worse than the normal cows. And you know, that's just in the context of one biome, so that's not really like worth that's not necessarily worth adding a whole mob over. But if they did, I would be happy. Yeah, I need to get a automatic compost set up somewhere. Anyways, 21, just basically 22 levels perfectly at the moment. All the way up to 25 and a half. So about 3.5 levels. Of course that's weird because experience accumulates slower the more that you have. I don't know if there's a limit on that. Like if it just endlessly gets takes longer and longer, or I don't know. I also did get yeah, a bunch of tough while I was working on the zombie grinder last time, so I could probably finish filling out all of this, but I need to figure out how exactly I want to do that. I think the walls are good as tough. I like that. It's the floor and ceiling I'm not sure on. Or maybe I did want to do the walls different. I don't know. I guess I could experiment. I don't think I would do any of the more structured blocks like the chiseled or bricks. So it would probably just be polished. But I want to do polished tough. Because I could do deep slate. I have a lot, or I have a good amount more deep slate. Actually, wait a minute. I was thinking I needed to go mine more deep slate. And that was like kind of the whole reason. That was a big motivation point in getting the zombie grinder so that I could get some good pickaxes and so I could go mining. But in the process of doing that, I mined out a whole bunch of deep slate. I don't even need to go mining for it. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Well, that does make things easier. Doesn't resolve what to do here. I don't know. I don't think I want something so dark as deep slate for this basement. I don't think the ceiling works. Well, I mean, I already put all of this in place, so I was pretty set on tough for that. I don't know. But I don't think it should be like a full box of just tough. I don't think that's a good idea. I could get a little fancy with the walls. You know, do something like that. Oh. And that definitely, you know, creates a separation between the wall and floor. Can also do that if I want to have even more detail. You know, something like that. Question then is, would I do the same for the top, or I could line the top with the polished like that. Could go all the way down, because I was potentially thinking polished stuff for the wall or floor. Try something like that and kind of segment it. It's interesting. I don't know if something like this would be good. Not terrible, but not great. See, it's hard to know if the fortune did anything there, because I might have just gotten lucky and gotten 3. But fortune works on crops, so in theory it should work on netherwart. I just don't know. I suppose I should try the whole corner at least. Over here as well. Oh. Yeah, maybe. I think at the very least, I do like this. You know, potentially not do that, but like the corner, that feels good. Yeah, maybe not those ones, but I could still do this and just like push these out. Oh. Torch wall isn't very effective. Yeah. Perhaps. Zombies. Oh, burning zombies. Yeah, I don't know how much I was thinking about the walls and floor and all that, but it'd be good to get in that before I fill in all of the chests. Ooh, you also have a spear. Oh. I was a little late. Another... Oh, never mind. I thought there was another beehive. Oh. That's the wrong tool. What the bee doing? Okay, bees. Everyone gather round. Everyone is in more than one, ideally. There should be a total of 6 bees across all these hives nests, across all these nests right now. I think I heard a idle bee sound coming from that. But yeah, if I breed all 6 of them, I should get 3 more, and all of them can be full. But that kind of requires that they actually come out, which they are not currently doing. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were just all busy with stuff. So is that 6? Yeah. Yeah. Lovely. Little baby bees. Oh, whoops. I was confused by what the bees were doing. I forget they do like pollinate the flowers and stuff. So do the baby bees do that as well? Oh, look at you go. I mean, seemingly they do. Oh, you know, it would be kind of fun to have a bunch of farmland all around this area. I could do that. Probably just wheat fields. But yeah, they do. They leave a little trail of pollen that helps. It helps crops grow and all that. Yeah, oh, now what? What are all of you up to? Oh, okay, the babies are just following the big one. And that was finding something to pollinate, it looks like. Although it didn't. Oh, there it goes. Now it's really getting into that one. It's fun that the cherry blossom leaves count as flowers. It makes sense. They are very flowerful looking. I was looking away, but there they go. Ah, that's fun. But yeah, upcoming drop. I'm eager to see the baby bees. Let's see, come on. It kind of looks like they're wanting to go into a hive that is at full capacity already. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to help them. Well, I suppose they'll either figure it out or wander off. Let's go, inventory's too full for that actually. I guess it's not if I just... It probably wouldn't be if I wear my armor, but it is still quite full. So let's keep working on this for the time being. What do I think feels better here? Like this is, you know, corner you don't see, doesn't really matter. But like conceptually I like it being there. Wait, that one's... Oh, I know, yeah, two is correct. Actually, is it though? I can't really see... There's not really any corners that I can currently look at for this. Because it might be a similar thing as this, like... I want the chiseled tuff in the corner. I don't know if I want it like that. Yeah, probably not. Okay, well that does make things easier. But again, yeah, I mean, I think that made that easier as well. It should be in the corners like that. This much bigger wall. First of all, let's mine up all this stone. That will not be Sting. Well, I am gonna need more tough. I in fact do not have really nearly enough. Yeah, that's okay. Kitten cat. Hmm. So I guess that. Three again. 2 and 7? Okay, 7. 3 was on the low end. Fair enough. Let's temporarily remove all of this. keep forgetting I am holding. Yeah, I really should just leave these corners empty, but I'm just silly. Okay, so this wall. Yeah, I'll just leave that corner be, because that one's just, I don't know, maybe I'll come back to it. I might want to do that section differently anyways. One, two, three. Do something like that. I do have a little bit more. Let's see, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7, 8. Nice. Do I like it fully, like, along the top, though? Because I've left this one like that, kind of as potential example. It's difficult to say, especially because the roof, not roof, the ceiling is still in question. I do kind of like that though. Yeah, I might like that more. I don't think I can turn these back. No. I could probably find a use for more of the polished tuff at some point though, so that's perfectly fine. One such use being to fill in this corner. I mean, like, I might as well. Yeah, this doesn't feel super satisfying to me. I kind of like the idea of there being something there, but just maybe not the same block as like the pillars, these pillars. And I don't just want to repeat this either. But then at that rate, like, my options are tough bricks or like a different block entirely, which maybe there's something. I don't know, I could go crazy and try like a smooth basalt. It's not bad, to be fair. Or polished deep slate, something I was vaguely considering. But yeah, that feels too harsh. I wonder about this, but like specifically that potentially. interesting idea. I think it's very interesting that you can rotate this. You know, this is typically the top texture, but you can use it as a wall. I wonder why that's not the same for Blackstone. It's like, this is a nice texture. I don't like it. It really feels like they kind of went out of their way to make all three stone types just function very differently from each other. I'll probably go more into detail about that another time, but like it's very bizarre. They're all so functionally different in terms of how you get the different building blocks, and I don't know, the fact that Blackstone doesn't have a cobbled variant. I guess like the normal version is kind of already cobbled, so maybe that's why, but yeah, it's bizarre. I like it. It's bizarre, but kind of in a way that like I do feel like it's potentially intentional. I just had a feeling it would be night, but I guess not. Oh. It's getting there, though. What are you doing? Well, I guess collecting pollen. I've tried to say this like 2 or 3 times. I don't know if I ever succeeded. I'm excited to see the updated baby bees, because like surely that's something that's gonna happen. They can't just not update the baby bees when they're updating all the baby mobs. I'm still not expecting them to get to every baby mob, though. I could be proven wrong. Oh. No, why am I struggled way too much with that. I should just climb to the top. I think climbing to the top of these makes things a decent bit easier. Gotta really try to not miss any of the logs. I hope I was successful. So yeah, not going to replant the propagules here. Also these, of course, also appear 3D now in my packs. But yeah, not what? Jump scare? Oh, I totally missed some here. Right? Yeah. Yeah, not gonna replant the propagules in this area. I'll plant them down by the water instead. Where did my cat go? Now why have you done that? Yeah, that's the awkward thing about having multiple floors and just the way that the cats kind of function in this game. They don't always teleport to very sensible places. Yeah, I'll make a little bit of a mangrove forest. Probably around like that way or that way. And that might just be a permanent addition. You know, I can use it to go farm materials and whatnot, or specifically farm mangrove wood. But I might never remove it or anything. Okay, these two are quite large. You know, while I do like these trees, I understand people's grievances with them. Because it's, you know, it's cool how unique they are. However, it's not just that they're like so chaotic and difficult to chop down. But like kind of because of the way that they grow, you don't even get that much log from them. You know, you end up a lot more, or you end up with a lot more of the roots, which are a nice building block in their own right, but there's not necessarily much else you can do with them. But that is just kind of the way that they are. I don't know. I don't know if there's really anything to be done about that. I think I was correct to want to empty out my inventory a bit before doing this. I could have done some of it. Again, put my armor on and would have had a bit of room. Definitely don't want to lose any of these logs. I very much want all of them. I think I'm just gonna leave these vines here. By the way, for drinks, I've got some 7-Up with me. And I've also got a very large glass of protein shake that I made. That's very lovely. Protein shake probably doesn't generally sound like a tasty food, but I make them with milk, peanut butter, and bananas, and of course the protein powder. I'll blend it together, and I think it is very lovely, very tasty. So many propagules. It's getting dark, but I am curious where would I most want to grow these. I guess this spot is another option. I don't want to do it in like just a river area. I do want it to be more open like this is. Oh. Yeah, the sugar cane I also have show up as its model. This one I'm less sure about though. I might change it in the future. I might give it like a more specific model for the item. It's more of a weird in between, I feel like. But there's other items kind of like that are like redstone and string and resin clumps, where like it's an item that you can place as a block. That's basically what it is. Here's my leaf litter texture. I don't know if I like the kind of pattern of the leaves themselves as much. Normally they're a bit more straight lined. These you end up with this shape sometimes where it's like kind of a flare like shape. But yeah, much more rounded. In particular, the single block. It's not pointed in a corner, which that one is very important. Yeah, I don't know. I might keep adjusting it. I think it's in a decent place. I'm not entirely sure that I prefer it though. But you know, that's ideally how I'd like to feel about it. Ow. I saw someone point out on Blue Sky that the recent change to projectiles that they made, where like they have a smaller hitbox, like right after firing, I think. It's... Hello, spider. It's a really good change because it makes it so that you can actually like dodge spiders. Not spiders. Sorry. Can be difficult to multitask. It makes it so that you can actually like dodge skeletons shooting at you, which is something that I've noticed recently in playing, that I can dodge skeletons. And in my mind, that was just like, that was just how the game is. That you just can do that. I hadn't even really registered that that was because of those recent changes. So that's really nice that they made that change, I think. Why? See, I didn't even realize there that I hadn't dealt damage to the skeleton. But you know, I can kind of infer that I didn't. Because it wasn't set on fire. It didn't register, like didn't properly register me as actually hitting it, but it dealt the knockback. Again, yeah, I don't know. I really like the spear, but it does not feel as polished as it could be. Unfortunately. Creeper's trying to get me killed. And then other times it just doesn't deal the knockback. And that's also really weird. Because I set it on fire, so I definitely hit it. But it didn't get... Again! Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's related to how long I've held it for. It shouldn't, because like this... If I can... Well, I just wasn't even able to hit it. But yeah, at its lowest point of like shaking, it won't deal knockback. But I am not holding the charge long enough for it to be getting to that point, so I don't know. You know, maybe it's has something to do with the velocity. It's just strange. Oh! Well, that's gotta go. The poor bee. Oh no. Okay, bees, come on. We just lost one of you. Little baby bee. Yeah, that's a good thing to be aware of, I suppose. Don't want to keep any flowers too close to the campfires, because if they select that to pollinate and start hovering around it, they might just do that. Let's see. Gotta organize all this stuff. Oh yeah, let's finish the roof here, or ceiling. I seem to struggle with that. I doubt I'm gonna need all of these for now. Oops. Do I want to do that? Yeah. Okay. Perhaps I really did not need all of these slabs. I was thinking it was a safe bet to make that many, but it's fine in any case. Make some fences. A little bit of guard railing. Okay, I'm focusing on the house, but I want to finish that. I want to finish the barn. I think 4 stacks of cobbled deep slate should do me just fine. Oh yeah, zombie horse. Though you are not my fastest horse, you are neat. Okay, so I was thinking about this. I don't think I want to do full stairs for the roof. I think that would be a bit too sharp. And since I did 2 long slabs for these parts, just slabs should work perfectly fine. I didn't bring sticks. Did I leave some in the chest? Or at the barrels? No. No, of course I didn't do that. I was just thinking I'm probably gonna have a ladder up to the second floor. Oh wait, I wanted to do a mangrove floor, didn't I? There was reason for the mangrove half slabs after all. And then yeah, I have so many sticks. It's like if I need sticks, I really ought to just use the ones that I have and not make more, because that would be silly. Oh, I don't have room. I see. It's like, where did the leaf or the pink petals go? Okay. I think I wanted to swap out the base of this for cobbled deep slate as well. Which side should this go on? Probably just the front. And the floor. I want to say right here makes sense. Being level with these windows would be nice. But at the same time, that feels unnecessarily high up. I don't know. Hello. In terms of this view, I am imagine this one would look better. That might not be terrible. Hmm. Yeah, let's just go with that. I think that makes sense. Suddenly, this doesn't feel like very many slabs at all. Honestly, maybe I would have used all of them on the house because I'm still thinking I want to do another floor, and that's going to need more of them for both the ceiling and floor. The other thing with this, it might have been nice to have it one lower and use this. Use the log as the base. It's the base of this. Then I wouldn't be able to use these as a balcony. Although I could have these sections be elevated. I could try it. I do kind of wish picking up blocks as you're mining them was more consistent. You know, particularly when you're like when you're actively trying to pick them up. Yeah, so I could do this. Oh. This would be the height, and then I just have like a little staircase going up to this. Probably like 1, 2. Then you'd be able to stand up here. I think, yeah, that might be good. It might be a little strange having that on either side. I could also potentially have it like wrap around though, and then it might feel like it makes more sense. And this, I'll probably fill in this whole gap on both sides, which does mean I'll need more slabs. Yeah, let's try this. I think I'll figure out exactly what I want to do for the raised parts, but I think that will be good. Oh. Oh, this is fine. I was gonna try to jump across, but I was trying to do like a jump. Well, I was trying to jump for momentum, but then I just jumped off the ledge, so didn't quite work how I intended. There's also the potential of raising this up, you know, half a slab. Raising this up half. But I don't know if I would necessarily like that. Six. Just so I can fill that in. I think that's potentially a better height, regardless. So yeah, I think that's good. No, what? The mobs in this game, sometimes they're just waiting for their chance. My stone cutter! Oh no. Did I just like forget to replace that? Oh right. Oh, whoops. I forgot I gave myself some spare bundles. I was like, what is in that bundle? It's another bundle. I have a bundle in a bundle in a bundle. It is a fun little thing that you can do. Just stack bundles and bundles and bundles and bundles. I just remembered I did make myself, I think, some diamond boots. Yeah. Because, what was it? Feather falling? Depth Strider. Right, I need a stone cutter. Is it slabs? I might be thinking of armor stands. Yeah. I think I'm thinking of armor stands. So I guess it's just 3 stone. Yep. I'm out of food. But I'm also heading to my farms. So I'll just make myself some bread from the wheat there. Forgot to drop off the honeycomb. Yeah, whoops. Oh, and I needed more mangrove. I'm sorry. My brain got confused. Okay, and then mangrove. Yeah. And I'm just gonna take this with me and not turn it all into slabs. Even though there's a good chance I will use all of them. It's smarter to just try to make the exact amount I need. At least for the moment. Might need to free up some inventory space for this. Yeah. using fortune, you get so very much, which is great. But yeah, it is a lot. And I don't think this is enough seeds. But I can just pull some back out of the composter. I highly doubt they will all get used up. Yeah, before that. Lovely. Might as well harvest the rest while I'm here. Dang it. There really should be a way to avoid stomping farmland. Either just simply with feather falling or a new enchantment. Which would of course go on boots and be yet another enchantment on boots, which I don't love, but oh well. It could be mutually exclusive with feather falling. And then, you know, most of the time you wouldn't use it. But it could be just like your farming boots. That could be nice. It's getting dark. it's raining. Good timing, I suppose, to not have to build in the rain. Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking, oh, not that. Whoops. I was thinking like that. It's like a simple little platform. You can walk up like that. This, however, is the weird part. I don't, well, I was imagining it would kind of read as like a strange, like a dip. You know, like a bit of a U shape or like a half pipe. But not really. And yeah, I could potentially have a little bit going across here as well. I still don't know how I want these walls to look. So that's kind of a big thing. Oh right, I just remembered why, specifically in the moment, why I was wanting the stone cutter. Fill in those little spots. It's just like, as soon as the gate is open, they just want to they want to navigate through it. How very silly. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily look good, but that's fine. Okay, I don't know how many slabs I'm gonna need, but I know it's gonna be a bunch. I can start with 64 for the moment. Also, some of these are almost certainly spawnable, which is not ideal, but maybe that's fine. So yeah, I think it'll start here. Oh. Ah. Somehow I failed to consider that. I think I'll just do that. I mean, I have to do it for one of those two logs. Let's see, if I double stack it, then that's not an issue. But then this one, this one does become an issue. So maybe I just bring it out one more. Oh wait, that's not. No. Ow. Yeah, I'm gonna need so Mini slabs. I think that will look good. Why must they always do that? Okay, so this... Let's fill that in. Why not? It's a little bit awkward looking. So I kind of forgot how far I made those stick out. Mama's got moves. This is, yeah, 1, 2, 3. So I'll do that on all sides here. Three. That was definitely a cleaner way of getting to it. Oh, I messed that up though. Okay, I got lucky. That's not correct. as I was saying earlier, it would be nice if they made that a little bit more consistent. I don't think I need 2 more stacks. Probably. I might need 2 more stacks. Or, no, I made 2 more stacks. I don't think I'll need 2 more stacks after that. Which, yeah, that definitely probably feels correct. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Right. No, I made 1 stack. Okay. Well, there we go. It could use some texturing. Actually, come to think of it, tiles could work quite well. I'll probably worry about that another time. But yeah, so we've got a wall. Still need to figure out how I want to do this part. Oh, well, that's lovely. I guess that's fine. I sure hope I don't end up deciding to lower or raise the roof. Because that would be quite the pain. Nah, I mean, worst case, I just add slabs all the way across the bottom. I guess it wouldn't entirely fix the issue. Yeah, I can't put a log there. But it would help. Okay. So I'm thinking possibly something like this, which I forgot. Right, I forgot I did fence posts for all of that. I don't want to say it, but the roof might need to go higher. Oh, although that doesn't look right, now that I think about it. I don't know if that looks awkward. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe something like that. Maybe. The transition to deep slate there is still really harsh. Especially with, because of that, like there's cherry wood here, but then it just is deep slate on the sides. I fear I built the roof too low. Hello, chicken. How's this looking though? Another thing, so I might have been wrong about the slab roof. I might want stairs, but it would probably only be partially stairs. So yeah, honestly, I think it's a bit awkward, that is. And another thing, I don't know that I want to be able to see the deep slate at all from inside, so I'll probably do a ceiling of mangrove. But I do think I'm going to leave part of this as slabs. Oh, before I start mining up all of that, so I'm going to have it transition into stairs. And yeah, that's not a good place to start from. So I mean, it could be fine. Though that doesn't fix the issue I was having. Yeah, I think I should start from here, and then I might extend these slabs out if I need a little bit more length at the ends. But I'll start the stairs here. Because then that immediately allows me to go a full block higher. Which gives me more space here to work with before I need to worry about covering up things with mangrove. Thankfully, this is not the most painful process. Because I've got really good pickaxes now. So, you know, it's still deep slate, it's still slow to mine, but it's pretty quick. Go pick up all the blocks I dropped. And then I'm not gonna have it go to a point like I was doing. I think that was a bit awkward looking. And maybe not so much awkward, but not very barn-like. So I'm gonna make it steeper at the sides, and then it's going to shallow out towards the top. It's gonna go back to slabs. Mining from from a bottom half slab is like just one of the best things, because since you're lower in the position of the block, you basically always pick up the block that you mine. Like it just gives more time for it to register that you're there before it's too far away. Honestly, maybe that's a solution to picking up the blocks more consistent. It's just like have them pop up higher. Luckily, I'm not mining over, I'm not doing this over, like, some kind of large divot. And so it's not too bad getting back. Now, I did make a whole bunch of deep slate slabs that I no longer am needing at this moment. So, yeah, that's probably the most unfortunate part about this. But that's all right. Oh, I should probably figure out the shape of this before anything else. I didn't mean to mine away that. So put all of those back. Maybe like go up to there. And then do that. Round it off nicely with slabs. Let's see. It's a bit of an awkward area to get like a good vantage point. But initial impressions, kind of like it, I think. It needs some stairs, some more stairs underneath the stairs, that is, for the full shape, the full outline. Might make the windows bigger. There's not so much blank space above. I could even try like more unique shape at the top. I wonder if I could manage like a little heart or something with stairs. That'd be cute. I might want another layer of slabs at the sides. But maybe not. It might be fine. Oh. Anyways, I think that's looking better. I absolutely am gonna need more deep slate. I'll use up the stairs that I have here though, real quick. And oh, yeah, I almost forgot about that part. It is two blocks long, which I don't generally. Well, I say don't generally. I don't think I've ever done that before. Kind of felt appropriate in this case though, given the size of it. Let's see, so I think just a slab there, maybe. What do I do over here actually? Yeah. I don't know. Is that what I want to do? I think yes. And then this one should be stairs. That's probably better. Oh, oops. Might need a little more work, but that should be fine for now. Okay. Oh, actually, before I go back to base, I don't need to double stack them here. Let's use up a bunch of these slabs, since I do still need a lot of them, and they are currently burning a hole in my pockets. Fill in all of this. Oh. And I'm just gonna do that all the way. Same over here, at least for that part. Maybe not that part. Well, let's try it at least. I certainly have some despair. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's bring this back. Yeah, let's bring these. The dirt could still be useful. I sure hope I don't use all of this. Oh, actually, let's bring all of the slabs because I can use those as foundation blocks. Yeah, I hope I don't use all of my deep slate on stairs, but you know, better safe than sorry. Okay. I think it's a safe bet to say I'll probably need at least another stack of stairs. It's so lovely when the block you mine just goes straight towards you. Wasn't terribly far off from the amount that I needed. In fact, I only need 3 more. Lovely. Now I can probably put all of these fences in. Let's see, make sure it's all in place. Yeah. Again, I should do some texturing. Mix in some tile deep slate to just give it more variance, more detail. I think I'll worry about that another time though. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could maybe make a heart. It's close. It might be worth making this go down. Having this divot down a little bit, just so that I can have that. Now I do want to cover up the roof, so I won't be able to have this be an actual window. But I could put some kind of fancy looking block behind it. You know, I might just commit to the heart shaping right here. Oh, that is cute. Yeah, I think I like that. So same thing again over here. I mean, you know, it feels very appropriate for the biome and the color theming and all of that. I think so. This is what I was potentially thinking over here. I think I like it. It's asymmetrical, but it's kind of nice. Would I prefer that view? I don't know. This view is probably more appropriate, being able to see all the stuff around. Yeah, then the ceiling. You know, I might be able to keep these as windows. If I just do the same kind of ceiling shape as the roof that I have, then that could work. Let's see, how many does, or how far does 12 get me? Oh. So it's 13 long. Interesting. This is of course going to go all the way up. And then I'm low on mangrove wood, but I can get a whole bunch more just from taking these back. And yeah, I do think I'll just use these slabs while I have them. Yeah, I do think that's better. The mangrove log there was an interesting idea, but you know, didn't quite look right, I think. I'm glad I'm not dealing with chickens at the moment, because they would absolutely be escaping as I'm doing this. I suppose it was still very much possible for the animals to get in the way, getting within the block, but luckily they did not do that. Okay, let's do torches there. Oh, also I want, where are the torches down here? Just above the fences. Yeah, that's appropriate. So now I don't know exactly how many stairs I need. I'd rather not overdo it. I can't quite reach. There we go. It's interesting how the offhand isn't really treated as part of your inventory. Wow, I made the perfect amount of stairs. Nice. Although now that I think about it, those could have all been slabs, and I might just replace them with slabs. So it's 13 across, I now know. And I need that 3 times. So that will do. It sure would be nice to have a shovel. I don't know why I haven't made myself an iron one at least. But yeah, now I can have a roof to cover, or a ceiling to cover the deep slate roof. And I get to keep these as little windows, which is very lovely. Also, I could make these full blocks now. Although I think I like the more open feel, actually. I think that's good. I do wish there was a little bit more room above that. Technically, I could not. Yeah, no, that's the upper half of deep slate slabs on top, so yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I think this is nice. I can also put some storage chests all along down here, and it's nice that it's a little like crawl space you can fit under. I don't think I'm gonna make the floor down here wood, but I will likely replace all of this with like mud and coarse dirt, packed mud specifically and coarse dirt, and I'll apply that at least in this inside the barn, maybe not outside, but inside the barn for the cows, and I'll leave it grass for the sheep because they eat the grass. But yeah, I think this has come along rather nicely. Yeah, I like it. The heart-shaped window I think was a very nice touch. I was just kind of examining the shape of the roof. I wish I could tweak the underside a little bit, but I don't think there's really any way for me to. So actually, oh no, I made this too mob proof. It's a player proof fence as well. Yeah, I'll just scaffold over with some dirt, I suppose. No. I was thinking this was an upward slab. So I could have put a stair there, but yeah, no. I suppose I just needed to think about that a little bit longer. Yeah, if I could just make this go out like one more pixel, not pixel, but like one more quarter block, I think that would look how I want it to. But I can't really manage that, which is okay. You know, I think that shape looks fine and hardly detracts from the overall build. Honeycomb. Yeah, let's go take another faraway glance at things. I think I like it. I could possibly make the bottom uh, entrances more of like a V shape. Not really a V, but like an upside down triangle. And then that could kind of look like the bottom half of the larger heart above. But I'm not too sure about that idea. I think it's good as it is. I like it. And that little heart-shaped window I think is very legible. It stands out quite well. Especially for more front on, where you have a much darker background with the cherry log behind it. I like it. I'm glad I was still able to use up a bunch of those deep slate slabs. It may bother me slightly, the idea that it's slabs and not full blocks, but it's just a better use of resources. I ended up not using a whole bunch of the slabs that I had made, and then I needed to place a bunch of full blocks. And so I can just use the slabs as full blocks and keep actual full blocks for other things. Potentially stairs, or just well, I guess the only other thing that I wouldn't be able to make with slabs is chiseled, but even that you actually make with slabs, so it's really just stairs. But, you know, that is more options, so. But yeah, I think I am pleased with that. So, see, I gotta get chicken coop going at some point so I can start having pumpkin pie. Hello, sheep. Yeah, I'm not totally sure about the sugarcane having showing its placed model. Uh, I started talking about it earlier. There's a few of those sorts of items in the game, or they're more so items that you happen to be able to place. Like, as I said before, redstone, string, resin clumps. They're not really blocks. And I didn't apply the placed models for any of those other examples because I didn't really feel like that made sense. It's not really their main kind of function. They're more so ingredient items. Redstone is definitely a bit of both. And its place model is just a dot, so like that could work. But I also feel like it should be treated more as an item. And yeah, sugarcane, like, I think I gave it the placed model because the item pretty strongly resembles it. You know, it's basically the same thing, but like bunched up a little tighter, possibly with like a band of some sort. So it felt appropriate enough. And I don't disagree with the logic, but it also does very much feel like an ingredient item. Although it's not really an ingredient, to be fair. It's like you don't craft anything with sugarcane, or that's not. You craft sugarcane into sugar, but you don't use sugarcane specifically with any other items to craft something. You also craft sugarcane into paper, but again, in both cases, you're crafting it into something, which is, I think, very different from using it with other things. So like, I don't know. I don't think the logic is exactly wrong, but it maybe still doesn't quite feel right visually. I mean, now it's kind of like if I had the wheat show up as this wheat crop. Which just like doesn't really feel the same. But also that is especially incorrect because you don't place the wheat item. So yeah, if anything, it would be the seeds showing up as this. Which I did consider. But I don't know if that's a good idea. But yeah, I don't know. Probably a decent change, or a decent chance I'll go back on the sugarcane having that. But probably not until I replace it with, I make like an actual model for that, and that might be some time. Chicken. I would love to make these paths packed mud. I think that would look really good. But it doesn't count packed mud as a dirt block, and so they just won't grow onto it. Unfortunately. Okay, I don't know how much wheat I need to breed up all of these chicken? All of these cows and sheep. Or maybe not the sheep, but at least the cows. Did I get looting on? I didn't get looting on my spear. I forgot about that. Well, I don't know if I forgot about it in the moment, but I only just remembered it. There's so many cows. And yeah, let's breed up all the sheep as well. I don't want it to be too cramped in here, but there's definitely like a good amount of empty space in here. Okay, I think I got all of them. The moon. Moon big. Okay. do want to leave all these pink petals because I mined up a bunch and I still need to replace them in spots, or place them down in spots. And the dirt would probably be useful to have over there. May still want to do some terraforming. Yeah. That's not a good spot for it, but I was thinking it'd be fun to have like a mine shaft entrance somewhere around here, rather than just going down the water stream I've been using to get down into the caves. And then from that mine shaft entrance also have a more proper direct path to my zombie XP farm. Let's make some pie. I think it's just that. Yeah. Yeah, so my biggest limiting factor at the moment is absolutely the eggs. Yeah. Oh, I need more pumpkins. Okay. So yeah, definitely need to get a chicken coop set up soon. Boat. Oh. Well, that's exciting. There's thunder. Do I have paper anywhere? Of course I can make some. But yes, I do have some spare. Having a lightning rod really, really attracts the lightning. Oh, oh my goodness. I'm so silly. Does this make 3? It does. Okay, let's make 3 books. Why not? And I'll just keep an eye on that when enchanting. Oh, hello. Oh, I didn't wax all of that. Maybe I should do that. But just the blocks underneath, I think those two, I get the impression that those two are being affected by the lightning strike and the lightning rod itself, of course. So I think it'd be fun to allow those to oxidize. And then whenever lightning strikes, they'll at least partially get unoxidized. Let's see if I can bring you back upstairs. Come on, kitty. Actually, I do have a leash. So that'll be the easiest way. Okay, well, not when you do that. Come on. Yeah? You're so close. Okay, I don't want to change the design though. I just need you to... You're okay. Here, just work with me. Work with me. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Now don't teleport downstairs immediately, please. Good kitten cats. I could like 1000% imagine the cat just immediately teleporting back down. You know what? How many blocks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should set up a ladder. So I need 6 of those. And then naturally, I'm going to use cherry wood. And I don't know if I'm gonna use the trapdoors just on the back or if I mix them in on the front. Either one could be fun. Let's see, let's do it over here. So I do that. But then what I could do, I would need a third one. Actually, it wouldn't work with the third one. I'd move them down and then it would work with three. Yeah, I could do that. I don't really like that though, I think. Not in this context anyways. Yeah, these appear as their model as well when held. But yeah, now I can actually get onto my roof. And of course I needed 5. I did not make that's not the easiest to spot going back down. But that's okay. Yeah, I should have just grabbed extra honeycomb just in case. But it's okay. But yeah, so all of these will stay the nice pristine copper. Then these 3 get to slowly oxidize, and then when lightning comes, they unoxidize. I think that's a fun idea. Now, regarding that 3rd floor I keep talking about, I mean, do I want to worry about it right now? Maybe not, honestly. Rather, Yeah, if I'm ever gonna make pink dye, I think the pink petals are just like objectively the correct choice. Is it just... No? There we go. So I only needed 2. I don't know if I want to use pink stained glass. However, it's a fun idea. And of course I already had a bunch. That makes sense. Yeah, so let us see. From out here, I think a window like that makes sense. But it doesn't have to make sense for the outside. I think I like that. Oh, the cats. You're still technically on it? What? Shoot. I guess it was like within the hitbox. It's just me getting sidetracked. I want not torches, lanterns. Maybe I want a lantern like that actually. Then 3 across, 3 across. Ideally, no torches. And no torches anywhere. Come on, pupper. There you go. Down here is fine for now. And then, not gonna want any torches up here either. Well, those are fine for now. this isn't good for Windows. Yeah. Oh. I mean, this by no means has to be like that. What if I did that? I don't mind it. Ah, right, there was a log there. I'm like, what happened to the cherry leaves? Little window there. I should just make sure I don't prefer the normal glass panes. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. But I think the pink is nice. The frame is also a lot more subtle, which I think is appreciated. Let's see, I should probably work out from outside how I want the windows up top. Yeah, so no windows on the left. Oh. In hindsight, I could have just mined out. I guess this... The way this is designed is a little bit awkward for this sort of thing. Okay, maybe a smaller, more subtle window. Not entirely sure how I feel about that, but the main detailing shouldn't be with windows. I never finished placing that. Okay, it should be with these. I think like somewhere about there. And I need that cherry leaf. So this, I think one lower. Yeah. There should be a center. I don't know if I want it on the bottom. I think maybe just that is good. Want it here as well. Maybe this? Will this feel strange? Maybe a little bit on this side, but I think that's okay. I could move it down one. Then it would just be a single log right there. Well, let's try it. No, I think I liked it better before. I don't know how I feel about them not aligning like that. That does feel a little strange. But I don't know if there's necessarily much I can do about this. I will say I've realized I do think I went too big with this house. The last time I made it, I made this kind of style house that I'm going for. I think it was a much better size. Yeah, I feel like I should try to line up this all the way across. And I can do a second one. I think I can do a second one if I need to. But yeah, I think I did it a much better size before. Those front and back are both lining up with this block, so that's good that they're consistent. Yeah, I think it was a better size, but I was like worried about it being too small. Wanted to make sure I had plenty of room, so I went a lot bigger this time, but I think I overdid it a bit. Let's see. Maybe from here. Yeah. So same thing, go from this block. Then was it the first one or the second one? Hang on. Hold on just a moment. It was the first one. Okay. Yeah, I went a lot bigger to try to make sure I had plenty of space, which I do, but I think now it's too much space. It's an unnecessary amount of space. And I would like to make these blocks a different material. I think I can get away with that. Yeah, it looks like that's right where the second floor... Huh. Where the second floor is starting. What if I do that? Is that too much? I think I like it. I think that's okay. think I like it less over here. Maybe if I did a bigger window. I do have the materials for it. Nah. I kind of wanted to do it for the consistency, but I think that's okay. Oh. That's a little funny looking. I mean, what if I made this a 2x2? It's all right. This is another thing I'm running into. These pillars sticking out in the corners. I don't think I love that. I kind of did it because I see builders do that sometimes for like added depth. And I don't know, maybe there's a particular way that they do it that I'm missing. But it just feels like it makes, well, it does, it makes the outside and interior uneven. Which I'm not terribly fond of. Oh yeah. Got a whole bunch of this stuff. Nether blocks. There we go. Let's carry that along all the way just for maximum efficiency within this space. This is definitely not a permanent setup for the Netherwart farm, but just something to have going. Okay. I would really like to get an interior going in this space. Part of the reason I wanted to do a bunch of building today, because, well, for one thing, just to have like a nice looking space, but also, you know, I want to publish this data pack that I have that lets me just use a brush to swap these, to change the positioning of that. But I kind of struggle when releasing packs. I kind of struggle particularly with images. You know, of course, the like contents of the thing itself, like the functionality, what it does, that, I mean, whether I struggle with it at times or not, like that's the main part of what I do. But then once I have a thing and it's like ready, oh, I have two of those. And it's like ready to be released to the world. You know, I still need it to, I need to have like a pack icon for it to visually stand out from my other things. I ideally should have like gallery images to showcase, you know, what's in the pack, what it does, or the thing. It's not necessarily a resource pack. So I'm deciding to set up the mangrove trees over here. Not sure exactly how far apart they should be spaced. But yeah, I have like all these different like images that I ideally should have, and that's one of the biggest things that tends to trip me up a little bit. And so for the shelved data pack, I'd like to have some examples in place of how you can use it. How you can use the shelves more like proper shelves, and why I think it's important. Why I think it's a cool thing. So, that is to say, I want to get a proper interior going in my base, and and use that to have some shelves displaying items, and take pictures of that and use that for the gallery. It's kind of what I have in mind. Yeah, so probably not going to be like a crazy interior, but I'd like to have, table, little kitchen area, table with some seats, maybe some other furniture. Perhaps a chimney. That's always a nice thing to have. And very importantly, shelves. At least like 2 or 3 shelves scattered about, just with some fun little displays. Why did that leaf generate like that? Like that's from the mangrove tree. It's a mangrove leaf block. I am confuzzled. Oh, I forgot one of the faces of my house. Creeper? Oh, I never thought about that. the player has this unique holding animation for the spear, and it doesn't get interrupted by other things. So when you swim holding a spear, you're just swimming with one arm. How about that? I think that window probably needs to change. Just move over one like that. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh yeah, another wart. That was another one that I was considering. I considered having a having the placeable model when held. Oh. But again, it would most likely be this one specifically, the first growth stage. And I don't know. I could do this. I could do just like one little bit of that, one little bit of it. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I might do that. And I could do the same for sugarcane as well. Or like a similar thing, potentially. I'll just put this here. I don't really have nether storage at the moment. Where'd apple go? I suppose there. Oh. Got some cherry log I forgot about. Kitty. Oh. I just realized this would actually be quite a nice spot for a window. Oh. You know, probably just exact same thing on the other side. Of course I would be one singular stained glass pane short. The pig didn't try to leave me. Yay. Yeah. It's nice to be able to have views like that. You can also see the little mangrove forest I'm growing down there. It's nice to see that they are growing. Not like I didn't expect them to, but they weren't grown when I left. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I need basically all of the cherry wood, yeah. If I want to have a chimney, I mean, this is probably just the best spot. Potentially over here. Once again, this is not the bedroom. This has just been like a temporary spot for that. I think this would be better as like maybe some kind of study space though. Perhaps a library. I need more tough. What else is new? Oh, I have all these sticks I don't need. That is the second time I've accidentally pulled out my flint and steel. When wanting to harvest some honeycomb. Ah, that's looking so much nicer now. And I'm glad I made those line up. That was definitely the right call, I think. Yeah, it's very, very simple detailing for the face of the build. Oh, I should put some here as well. But it just looks nicer. some easy detailing. Gives it a more perhaps structured feel. Honestly, maybe the problem is not the added depth, because this allows me to do this. Like, this sort of thing wouldn't work as well. You could probably still do it, but it wouldn't work as well if it has to be flush with the build. The problem might just be the windows. I think I'll leave them. I didn't do any back here. I could. Although they have to be those really tiny ones with the way it's set up. On the second floor, that is. But yeah, I'll leave the windows that I put in place, I think. Maybe improve on them over time. But yeah, that kind of more protruded design might just not be very well suited for windows. Actually, let's go down to the zombie grinder. I'm gonna make this an additional block tall, because it does not feel very good to go down at the moment. Yeah, I gotta do something about about this. This is so awkward to traverse. Well, here's a bunch of tuff. Okay, the bunch was kind of more in air quotes, but it turned out to be accurate. Gold? Oh my goodness. And it's perfectly stackable or craftable into 2 blocks. How lovely. Yeah, this is so much faster now than when I've previously mined tough. Oh, what have we here? Somewhere else I've been, apparently. Oh. Okay, I think that's a good amount for now. I wonder if I'm within range. No, probably not within range of the zombie spawner. That would have been convenient if I came down here and there was just a whole bunch waiting for me. Oh, that's where my stonecutter went. I see. There is some tuff that I can mine around here. Okay. Yeah, I've got sharpness on this thing now. Before I was just using like an Unbreaking 2 spear or something. I don't quite recall. But now I can really give him a good poke. Let's check my volume. All right. What just happened there? I don't know why OBS just switched scenes briefly like that, because I did not do that. How strange. Oh yeah, I did look up just a picture of a zombie farm. Get some idea of like how I did. Oh, this is filling up. And I realized particularly with the water, it looks like the reason I was struggling so much there is because it's not supposed to be a straight drop as the water progresses. You're supposed to have like more of a curve. So, whoops. Okay, I'll get to level 30 and then I'm gonna go back for some hoppers and chests and ladders so I can extend this storage. Okay. Let us head back. Yeah, it would be very lovely to have just like a minecart, or at least like a staircase that takes me, just giving me a more direct path up to the surface. Little bit of copper, don't mind if I do. I do have depth strider. I was thinking I went up that quite quickly. empty out the inventory. Whole bunch of tuff. You love to see it. Let's enchant these diamond boots. Protection 3 and Unbreaking 3 is not bad. Feather falling is of course very, very important. Could get Unbreaking on a shovel. I want to find looting on a book because I don't think I'm gonna be re-enchanting a spear. I could to try to go for lunge and like maybe get one that's just better than this, but like I don't know. But those are good boots. Let's make... I'm pretty sure this needs to be smooth stone. And that's not enough sticks. Yeah. Armor stand. The creation of my diamond armor set begins. I don't imagine this would use durability, but I am curious. I have to check it every time because you know, the way Unbreaking works is sometimes you just don't lose durability. But it probably would have, maybe would have lost durability at least once there. Removing this upper border that I decided I don't actually want. Yeah, I think that bit especially looks better. It was a bit awkward with the just like the fewer amount of blocks there are thanks to the bookshelves. Yeah, I think that was a good call. I will say, I think this would look even better if there were tough pillars. I don't know why pillar blocks in this game are so niche. I believe there's just 2. There's quartz pillars and there's purple pillars. And no other materials have them. But like I feel like that should kind of just be a standard stone block type. You know, maybe they'll expand on that in the future. I don't know. Okay, so let's take these 2 hoppers. And then I want 2 more double chests. Yeah. Oh. And I need ladders. I'll just grab all of them. I was gonna try to do some like maths or something. Phantom membrane. Oh. Why, thank you. The bees are dancing again. Yeah, I think mineshaft entrance will probably be probably be over here somewhere. Maybe. I guess the main thing is it needs to be able to, well, not drop through this big cavern. Zombie. I like this method of using deep slate pillars in the stone layer to mark a tunnel down to deep slate, and then stone pillars in the deep slate layer to, you know, do the reverse. Mark the same tunnel back up to the stone layer. It feels smart, because it definitely stands out. Okay. I'll probably try to be at least a little bit smart about the space here. So you know, something like that. Yeah, all the items are making their way down. That's good. Ow. Yeah. How? What? I'm incredibly confused by that. Oh yeah, the chicken jockeys. The chicken jockeys kind of just get the baby zombies killed. I have no idea how that zombie clipped through the wall earlier. That was that was sure something. You know, I think I might just leave the kind of decoration of this build as it is. I don't know, if I add light to it, or in the way of like, if I make it so I can turn it off, then I might try to add some more patches of the deep slate bricks. But otherwise, I kind of enjoy how like patchy and incomplete it feels. Cooked chicken. Here, let's take that out. I don't want to be down here too long. That's interesting. I got a bit more experience standing here. Yeah, maybe... Alright, I think I might go for level 33. That might take longer than I would like it to, but... perhaps. See. Let's try and break there and there. There. Yeah. Lot of zombies. I should cure those zombie villagers I've got trapped sometime. I suppose I can't really at the moment because I don't have blaze powder, but I mean that would be a good thing to get regardless, so might be something I focus on soon. Almost to level 33. Hello, kitty cat. My precious kitten cat is looking at me. She is so very cute. I guess I'll take that iron. And that tough. I might as well snag some of the goodies from in here. Also, why was I thinking earlier that this top trapdoor wouldn't function as a ladder? I guess it kind of makes sense to think that it wouldn't, but it does, so. Okay. Stop it. Here we go. Let's mine out a little bit more tough. I enjoy leaving these like big blocky chunks. It I don't know, it really gives me the impression of like it being well, like a mine that you're kind of carving out. I think I think that's a fun look. You know, if you're just kind of like mining it out sporadically, um, as you would probably do with like Instamine, with a Haze 5 beacon, um, it kind of, I think that probably more so gives the impression of it being like blown up or something. Or perhaps even more of like a natural shape, potentially. Which neither of which are bad aesthetics by any means. But yeah, I think the blockier chunks look rather nice. Oh, I'm liking my house. Really glad I finally got all of these frames in, because it wasn't looking amazing. But yeah, it's a lot better now. Okay. My right, like, shoulder blade area has been kind of bugging me today. So much tough. It's gonna go away in the blink of an eye. Hopefully not. Oh, that was my phone, if you heard that. I just plugged it in. Maybe I should gather up more cobblestone. Let's see. Yeah, let's finish the floor real quick. And worry not. I'm not gonna go as far as to worry about the floor underneath the walls, like all this part. That does feel excessive to me. Although, if if you like were really wishing I would do that, sorry. Not gonna do all of this ceiling just yet, but little bit of it. Yeah, I'll worry about the rest of that another time. Spooter? What you doing? Isn't that just crazy though? I've talked about, I've praised bundles a lot, but like, before bundles, you know, this very random assortment of items to have, but like this kind of thing would just completely fill up your inventory, and you would have to constantly just be throwing junk out because you just can't deal with all of this. You just couldn't deal with all of this. With a bundle, like I had all of that just tucked away. It's beautiful. Okay, I do want a fireplace. Gonna want a couple campfires. I could make it like centered. I thought I wanted it right up against the wall, but actually I think that's kind of nice. I do want it too wide though, so not centered, but that's fine. Gonna need some of these. There's another thing, you know, I previously made it so a bunch of different blocks show up 3D when held. Got around to the plants later, just recently, but I did these a while ago. I guess I'll have to be a little smart about how I do this, because I don't want any animals getting themselves killed. I was going to say hurt, but realistically it would be killed. Yeah. If I do that, specifically with these stairs here, no animals should be able to get through that. Well, no animals that I intend to have in here anyways. And do I want that like that or like that? Or like that? Oh, I'm a little tight on space here. I'm gonna be a little cheaty with this. I probably want those to be bricks. Gonna be a little cheaty with the chimney and have it be thicker than what is actually going through the walls. Because I don't think I want it lining the wall of the second floor. Although I could have it do that. It should show up there though. I could but I mean there's at least one layer of blocks. So it's not like it's not disappearing entirely. Do I want this to be made out of... Did I say bricks earlier? I meant blocks. But do I want this to be made out of bricks? Maybe. I might. Maybe specifically the back. Hello, pig. Something I really enjoy doing with stone bricks, or with bricks in particular, is using stairs specifically where the brick texture shows up, and then just have one just be missing like that. I think that's a fun detail. Oh yeah. This should all be tough. Gives it a better feel, I think. That's interesting. The fires, or some of the smoke is making it through the stairs and slabs. interesting how symmetrical I made this on accident. Okay, well I think that's all right. Trying to get some good texturing in this chimney here. And again, I'm gonna do this. This is, corners are a bit trickier. Oops. But I think you can still make it work. If you use 2 stairs like that. Yeah. And then, I mean, maybe just normal one like that. There's some nice rough detailing. Do I want to do one down here? Maybe another larger section. Yeah, I like that. Now, tricky part. Ow. So I think I should move this ladder now. Just one over. Yeah, I don't want it to be centered, and I didn't want it to cover the chimney, so, well, that works quite nicely. Oh, and let's have another brick missing right there, maybe? Maybe not. Oh. Right there. Yeah, tricky part is getting a campfire up there in a way that doesn't feel like there's a campfire sitting on top. Oh. Need sticks. I did have something before. Last time I built this house that I think worked pretty well, and I might just do that again. Right now. What do I want to use? Kitty cat. Spooter. Now why have you done this? Is this... Is this the jelly cat? Why am I struggling to remember this so much? I just don't quite remember. Okay, now I should probably put this where you're least likely to view it. So I think that corner is good, and then just... Oh, wait, I did this wrong. You mine that block, and you put the trapdoors there. Cherry trapdoors would potentially blend a little better. But I mean, I don't think any kind of wood is really gonna blend well. So mangrove's pretty good, I think. And then there's an additional little thing you can do. Let's go harvest some honeycomb real quick. Oh, can I get to that one? No. But from here, yeah. Okay. What am I looking for? Well, I guess I can put all of this back while I'm here. This. Oh. Need stick. So get some signs of the same material. there. Yeah. I think just a couple is probably ideal. And it just adds to the kind of like patchwork feel it has. Oh, this chimney has made it a lot easier to find where the ladder is. That's nice. Also, I should do some enchanting. I've been sitting on these levels this whole time. Let's see what's available. Sharpness. I don't care about piercing. Unbreaking 3 on the boots. Wait, what does the shovel have? Unbreaking 3. Efficiency 4. That's fantastic. Unbreaking 3 book is actually really good. I want to say quick charge 3 on the crossbow. Yeah. Just Unbreaking 3, perfect. That is fantastic. Oh. Strider, knockback. Piercing. I've already got my piercing books. Can you? No. Okay, so I was imagining it went to piercing 5 for some reason, but yeah, so I've got piercing entirely covered. That is not remotely a concern. But I got my shovel. That's lovely. Cat keeps getting pushed onto the chest. That mischievous little pig. I could pretend it's the cat doing it. That would be appropriate. I wonder if I should mix in some tough bricks. Just add a little bit of texture to this foundation. I do think that would look nice. Very, very little amount. You know, part of me feels like I'm good on the Nether Wart. I can just stop. But at the same time, if I ever wanted to use red nether brick for building, I mean, learning from Gemini Tay, you need so much. I want to find Darn zombie. Okay. Now this is hard. Maybe I don't try to put a table here. That, or I just do a small table. I could do a small table. Like, there's a zombie so close. Where is it? It's not on my roof, right? No, it's down there. It's definitely... It wouldn't be in here. I know, or I'm very confident that this is spawn proof. Where is it? Whatever. Wait, is it? Oh my goodness. Wanted to use my spear, but I didn't want to hit any of the animals. This whole time. Okay. I just didn't place a light in here. I never hear it over here. It doesn't look like I placed a light in there either. Well, foolish me, I suppose. Yeah, I noticed that it got louder when I went up to that main floor, which was... That just seemed like, how could it possibly... And it was getting quieter like the further down I went. Which, like, it makes sense. It was... It was, in fact, above me. I had to sneeze. that's pretty. The grading of the sky against the pink glass. Okay, well, let's see if I can even manage to make a table. Where does one start? I don't know, maybe like that. Or I could do that. It is a little table. It's easier when you just do fence posts. And then, like, of course I need sticks. You know, you can just do something like that. That's a decent table. But then you can't use it. You can't place anything on top, and that makes me sad. I'm also like vaguely curious of using that as a table. I mean, yeah, propped up against a wall anyways, like that. It doesn't reach the floor. But that definitely looks like something. I think just one is better. Can have a little chair there. I mean, that's cute. This is another struggle, is chairs. I like having the chairs against the table, but then, like, in this case I could use maybe just a block for the table. Or, you know, let's say maybe a stair. But then there's no in between. There's no gap. It's like it's a difficult thing. Yeah, you almost want to have like a 2 block tall. That's too much. No, you just can't have stuff on the table. I don't know. Unless you put your chairs a block away, or you have it large enough that you can see gaps elsewhere. It's like it's difficult. I don't know, but that's cute. I do like that. Yeah, I gotta decide where I want to put shelves. Probably not here. Kind of a fun space for them, but I think I want to do armor stands. At least 2 armor stands, possibly 4 for like different, well, armor sets. What are you doing? See, I have some of these. Where's my clay? Here is clay. Okay. This will be just 2. Yeah, just 2 per furnace. I'm not positive, but I do feel like I'm getting higher amounts of nether wart using fortune. Which is lovely. Okay, I don't want the shelves literally everywhere. I want them to feel like meaningfully placed. It is difficult. crafting table here. So let's have a pot like that, and one pot like that, one pot like that. Once again, pretty. Cherry leaves and door. Let's get a different kitty. Oh, thank you for the rabbit's foot. Gotta try to think of what I want to display in all of these. What's their torch here? Oh yeah, because I was mining, trying to look for that zombie earlier. What if I used some of this leaf litter just to add like a subtle little rim around the carpet. It's kind of nice. I wish I could use the pink petals, but unfortunately they are not actually petals. They are flowers and require a dirt type block to be placed. I wanna put an armor stand in here. Just like right there. Yeah. Maybe I should put another chair opposite of this one. Probably not a bad idea, at least. This is a fun idea that I just had. Maybe not that one. Although maybe that one. Let's see, cat is a good one. What do mall and wait sound like? I feel like one of these is good. Yeah. What is causing that little plunking sound? Is that the shelf? It is. gonna go with Mal. Now, I could do this, but unfortunately this is not a good showcase of having the shelves down, because I think the music discs do look quite nice centered. Yeah, that's honestly a very cute little design. Okay. What would I like to display? You know what? Glass panes, I have not I've not made these display in 3D. Although to be fair, they're kind of doing that job pretty well as is. I probably wouldn't want to display that. So like it'd basically be what it already is. Ooh. Okay, I don't know how much I want to take advantage of my own resource packs, but I do kind of want to take advantage of my resource packs because you can do some very fun stuff with this. Oh, maybe a boat. I'm not actually sure what the boat will look like. I don't know if I've tested that. I should make this. I should update these too tall flowers to display the full size. Maybe not in the inventory. Although they could, like the door. They certainly could. Yeah, these ones were admittedly maybe a little rushed. They're not bad though. These are very fun though. Because you can use these different states that I also added to give them, to have them display varying amounts. I'm tempted to make one of these shelves just this. I think that's so cute. Doesn't look as good hanging over the edge, but it's not bad. Yeah, one of these should definitely be just like some regular items. Oh yeah, how does the boat look? The boat could probably use some work. I mean, it's not terrible, but I think it'd be cuter if I made it smaller and more just like a sort of a toy boat on display or something like that. That's maybe not how that should look. Oh, but changing it would be a pain. No, it wouldn't actually. Yeah. I'll probably change that maybe in the next update I do. Oh, how's the campfire look? Like a campfire. Clock. I mean, it looks like a clock. I don't think I meant to take all of my diamonds. I do think the blocks are a bit better suited for this kind of thing. Though the items are alright. Oh, that's so cute. Armor is kind of a fun one. Again, with my pack. And that's not the best showcase. Oh yeah. I've got these things. Yeah, that's a fun item to display. Ooh. Maybe instead of the gold block, I could display some gilded black stone. That's more special. Oh yeah, this is kind of a fun thing. If you turn bricks into brick blocks, you just have brick blocks. You can't uncraft them. But if you turn them into decorated pots, you can't uncraft them, but you can shatter them. So decorated pots function as a brick storage block. As strange as that is. Oh, you know what? You can absolutely display your decorated pots. Does Silk Touch work on these? It does. Nice. It's the third time I grabbed flint and steel instead of my shears. Maybe I should do that. Swap the flint and steel and the brush. Oh, that doesn't feel correct. Well, that's fine. You just put it on the back and there. That's a nice way you can display your pottery shards. If you so desire. And then again with my pack you can it's so small. You can also display the normal pots. But again, for showcasing this pack, I don't want to do too much of that. Or this data pack. I guess pack is correct. Yeah, that is vanilla, so if I want to display that, that's fine. I think I'm gonna keep this because it's just so quaint and lovely. I guess I don't need to have every one of these slots be filled. There can be some empty ones. Maybe let's put these over here. Perhaps remove that. And put some trapdoor shelves here for blocks. Oh, did I put all of my decorative pots there? Yeah. Funny thing about the way those work. Oh. You can't put nether wart. No. You can't put nether wart in a flower pot. I was not sure. Perhaps a silly idea, but I was not sure, and I was curious. So I tested it. Yeah, these kinds of shelves are definitely still nice. wandering trader. Let's see. Wanted a couple of these. Couple decorated pots. I want to do the little trick for little pet dishes. It's just a fun, cute little detail. Okay, now what do I want to put on these shelves? Where? No. Did it? Okay, no, you're just right here. Oh! That's a pretty good item. I will take those. I mean, arguably not amazing, but considering I don't have any of these, that's pretty good. This is also something that I could display on the shelf, which is really nice. But again, it's taking advantage of my texture packs. So, not the best showcase. But that is a very lovely to have. What do stairs look like? Okay. Maybe let's just try some rocks. See if any of these stick out to me. I mean, that's a fun one. Did I not grab the stairs? Apparently I did not. The idea of displaying rocks on a shelf is kind of fun, but I do think they need to be varying shapes to really kind of sell that effect. Oh, that's interesting. I wondered if the eye blossoms would react to daylight while in a pot. It would seem that they do. That'd be a kind of fun, whimsical way to pay attention to the time while you're like working down in your basement or something. I think I might just do I might just do exactly that. course, it is based on random chance for them to update, so it's not amazing for that. But it's still fun and whimsical. Did I just hear it drowned? Is that you panting? That weird, like, almost cave-like echo that I keep hearing? I think that's my dog panting. My dog in Minecraft, that is. How very strange. The eye blossom is opened back up. Yeah, I just wish I could display items on here. It's so hard to make good table setups where you can. I guess, okay, I did forget about one pretty simple option. You can use a trapdoor and another trapdoor. Doesn't look amazing here, but it's not a bad one. Dare I say it's pretty good, generally speaking. Again, maybe not so much here. I wonder if there's anything I could do to improve it. That's an interesting idea. I could potentially use an armor stand where I put an armor stand where the floor is, and then I push the floor down onto the armor stand. And then have it kind of artificially there as this table stand. It's technically not a cheating method, although it maybe feels a little bit like that. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. There's also, of course, the shelves now. So you have options for the side of the table. Or when it's against the wall like this, you could just leave it floating. That also works. Don't think there's really a good way that I could make use of this, unless I want to have like 2 tables. Like, you could do that, potentially. You could also, do I have an open corner? Not really. You could put it in a corner, and then that one is just kind of off to the side. It's an interesting design. Kitty cat. What about sign? Well, that is a weird idea. Yeah, not that. Oh, I forgot I was using it for the armrests. So yeah, that definitely doesn't work. I could remove them, but still there's like a little gap. And it doesn't touch the floor, which I was aware of. I just thought maybe there could be something interesting with that. I mean, this on its own is works pretty well. Why is there zombie noises? Oh, is it just because it was nighttime? Yeah. That zombie went flying. But yeah, that's cute. I wonder if both eye blossoms have closed. They have. Yeah, I think this is looking fairly nice. Uh, this one is rather bland looking, isn't it? I mean, there's just nothing surrounding it. I think it'll look weird, right? Yeah, I think so. Oh, maybe a lectern. How does one make a lectern? It's bookshelves, paper. Well, bookshelves. Paper for the books for the bookshelves. Need 9 of those. And then I think it's just one slab. Incorrect. How? Oh, it's just all slabs. Okay. So I was right about one slab on the bottom. Oh yeah, and then I want this, and this, and that. Book and quill. Should I cover the front? Nah. Colors don't match, but I think it looks better showing the front of it. Oops. Well, need to work on my interior skills. I think this is all nice, but can definitely be better, especially for trying to show off the use of the shelves. Perhaps I should commit harder to trying to use items. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the turtle eggs. But yeah, they also visually stack up to 4, which in the case of these, it's the single that's the default texture. And then the 3 textures after are all unique by me. Fairly simple, just kind of smaller eggs representing what you see when they're placed. Torch. Oh, spyglass is kind of a fun one. I should probably have it lying on its side though. I think at some point I might go a lot more in depth with the shelves and really try to get some good positionings for everything. This space feels a tad empty. I guess I was expecting to have a bigger table. I could build a bigger table. It's not too late. I don't exactly have much room. Kitty. Okay, as I was thinking, the armor stand is just below that full block. So that probably would work pretty well as a table stand if you wanted to do that. Maybe less so here because I have my 3D trapdoors. A lot of them go down a little bit, but it's only like a pixel. This is it's more than a pixel lower. And if you really needed it to be lower, you can use snow layers to get more precise positioning. I don't know if that's an option for raising it up. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be because the armor stand would be in this block. and then you would be pushing either a full block or, you know, like a slab into it or whatever, but you're pushing a block into it for the floor. So you wouldn't be able to put snow layers there unless you were, for whatever reason, okay with. Oh, but you can't push snow layers onto. Or no, that's not a problem. Because you're using the snow layers to push the armor stand up. So yeah, if you're for whatever reason okay with there not being a block there, then you could do that, but most likely not an option. Also, I just thought of a cute design. I think this is kind of what I had in mind with the sign. Yeah. It's like a bit of a tablecloth or something on the side. I don't know. Gotta go refill my water bucket from earlier. Or I guess it's not really refill. I just full on traded that bucket for some emeralds. Did I see it drowned? I did. Well, spear is not going to be... Oh, actually... I was thinking spear isn't going to be that great underwater, because you're going to be knocking things away from you, which is kind of inconvenient. But it's not actually that bad. Oh. Glow squid. Yeah, fast swimming does work with charging your spear. That's silly looking. I suppose I can use the gate that I installed. Oh. The mangrove trees do a good job of looking like a mangrove forest. If you'd believe it. Yeah, they're really good at just filling in space. That's right, and I haven't actually been to a mangrove swamp. I got these from a wandering trader. Rather, I got propagules from a wandering trader. Ah. Hello, chicken. Oh. That that campfire does stand out when you're at the right angle to be able to see the fire. I don't dislike that though. I suppose it's not difficult to be at that angle. It's more so about being on the backside. Lightning rod is oxidizing. Okay. Well, I think this has been some good progress in Minecraft. It's about time that I call it. um, see, I'll probably stream some more, or stream next on Thursday. I don't think Tuesday or Wednesday are gonna work well. Yeah, Thursday should be good. And I suppose probably I'll play some Hytale. Maybe more Minecraft, if that's what I'm feeling. Tomorrow is Snapshot Day. There should be a snapshot and probably a good chance of some more content. Likely a new batch of baby mobs. So that'll be nice. That'll be lovely. But yeah, in theory, something there could motivate me to really want to play more Minecraft. Or I might just be, I might just be feeling it on Thursday. I don't know. But yeah, probably Hytale. Because I think at the moment I'm feeling about even on the two, so just like maybe just switching back and forth, or just, I don't know, playing them about half and half seems about right at the moment. We'll see how that continues though. Anyways, another about a 8-hour stream. It's a little crazy. See, I got started a bit earlier this time, and that's kind of the problem with getting started earlier, is I have less reason to stop. But yeah. It was fun. I love me some Minecraft. Building's always nice. Well, Maybe not always. Building is nice. I hope to, you know, get better at it. Keep doing more of it, of course. Ultimately, this world is still kind of a test at this point. Not really a test, but like a trial run, I guess. I'll be moving on from it at some point. But, you know, I still want to see what I can do with it. Hopefully do some cool stuff. But yeah, don't know how many times I've said that. But yeah. That will be all.